This is an audio check from 10:09.
I hear you loud and clear.
Awesome, thank you.
talk to her.
If she can deliver, she could deliver us
Carol,
see her. Who am I on with?
you're on my cell phone.
Jackie?
Yeah, you're on my cell phone. Hold
Okay.
on.
Because I have.
I'm trying to talk to her on the live. She has her hand raised. Carol, can you unmute yourself? You have her on the phone. Uh, uh, yeah.
it's a slippery slope. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that, but if you treat her this way, then the head of OCI.
Mic check from the boardroom.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
Jackie, are you online?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. Question, but I don't want to slow things down on the consent calendar, but I have a question on 2D as a delta. And can anybody tell me whether since we're receiving this equipment from a rental company, are we going to be getting a new lift, a boom lift, or are we going to get a used one?
I will have someone from that team answer your question right now.
Okay.
Good morning, John. Hey, John, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, super. Thank you. Oh, you know why? My microphone's over here.
Hello.
Director McPartland, it will be a new lift.
Shane gave me a call and gave me the answer to my question.
Okay,
I'm good to go.
all righty.
So Mark, you have an opportunity window to conduct the very shortest open session meeting in the history of BART.
I accept your challenge. Yes, it does look like we were able to craft a very efficient, streamlined agenda for open session. So hopefully we can conduct business in an efficient manner. That's my plan.
Yeah, I will have to tell you though that I went to the Hayward City Council meeting after I got elected to introduce myself. And it was before the January meeting, but everybody knew that I had been elected. So I went to the city council meeting and I got there. And while I was filling out the speaker card, the meeting started and the meeting was finished because it was just before Christmas. Everything had been tabled.
You have to be very quick with those blue cards, right? You've got to be ready to speak.
They opened the session, they had a pledge of allegiance, they had a consent calendar, and they requested adjournment, and it was seconded, and it was done.
Yeah, it's like, well, wait a minute. Hey, wait.
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
President Foley, you have a quorum.
Yes. Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you, Liz?
Good, good. I have a little bit of a headache. Oh gosh, I hate this when this happens. I'm fine. I got some ibuprofen in me.
I was going to say, yeah, it's like draw the shades and yeah, understood.
Morning.
Morning. I'm sorry I missed the El Cerrito Gala.
It's okay. It was a lot of fun. It made me feel like we need to have parties at BART stations more often.
I agree.
Oh my gosh. I know I had a headache that day too. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have had much fun then because the music was pretty loud. It was great, but it was loud. So
Madam Secretary, I believe you said we are good to go.
They're good to go.
Wonderful. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of September 23rd, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-0821, public participation for this meeting will be conducted via teleconference only. The meeting is being live streamed and can be viewed via BART.gov, and presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. For our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on that item is announced. When it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. Comments which have been received via email have been provided to the board and will be included as a permanent part of the meeting record. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director Lee,
Present.
Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Here.
Director Saltzman,
here.
Director Simon,
Good morning, here.
Director Allen, Director Ames,
Here. Good morning.
Director Duffy,
Here.
President Foley.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Director McPartlin, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the
flag
the United
of the United States of America
the
and to
Republic,
the republic for which it stands,
nation,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
and
with
justice.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director McPartlin. Let's move to item C on our agenda. Are there introduction of special guests? Are there any special guests in attendance today?
Yes,
Direct-
President Foley, I'm really honored to be able to introduce, I think we have one of the two outstanding BART Community Service officers with us today. We have Michelle Lazaneo, who has been with BART Police since January of 1998. and Jordan Averett, who has been with BART Police since May of 2020. I think many of you saw the story from just last week on September 15th. And the day, I think the day before, there were a lot of posts on social media talking about a young man named Sam who had run away from his parents near Dolores Park in San Francisco. And there were a lot of bulletins out. I was getting shared on my own, text message networks trying to locate this young man. And CSOs Lazaneo and Averett were on a routine patrol when CSO Lazaneo recognized who she believed to be a young man named Sam who was reported missing. Once the team confirmed that Sam was indeed the missing 12-year-old boy, she notified our dispatch center and then subsequently reunited him with his family at the 16th Mission Street station. Coincidentally, our general manager, Bob Powers, as you know, has been doing listening tours every Wednesday at a couple stations every week, and actually was at the station that morning conducting a listening tour when the CSOs located Sam. So I would like to personally acknowledge Michelle, who I think is here with us today, and Jordan for their dedication to providing community service to our riders and their attentiveness to detail in locating and reuniting Sam. I think, as you all know, we've really been all on board talking about the need for more presence at our stations. We hear it time and time again from our riders. What safety actually means is knowing that you're not going to be alone, and when something goes wrong, that we're there. We don't always highlight these stories, but I think it was just an incredible, heartwarming story. And I want to thank BART staff for putting out some communications around this. So I'd like to invite CSO Lazaneo here if you have some words to share.
Good morning, members of the board. So after 24 years of service to the district and the BART Police Department, finding Sam was one of the most significant and deeply heart-warming moments of my career. Often at BART, our missing persons cases are resolved quickly by the alert station agents and train operators who recognize someone that we've given them a description to. The more challenging cases are solved by our detectives and our new CSO specialist, Latifah Davis. But this time we were there, and it was a moment that I'll never forget, being able to reunite him with his family. What very few of my coworkers know is that outside of work, I've actually been volunteering to help with missing persons cases for about 2.5 years. And of the 7 cases, Jonathan Bandabela, Donald Stanifer, Devontae Morgan, Priscilla Castro, Caitlin Gallereed, and Tatiana Sunshine Duggar, only 2 have come home safely. 2 have had tragic endings, and the rest are still open and unsolved. And so I'm excited to be part of a committee working with the Oakland Police Department, literally writing their new policy for their missing persons cases, their checklists and their procedures. And we're almost done and ready to present it to the public. And I'm sure that some of those tips will maybe be translated over to our department, because 1 out of 6 missing persons that is found by sharing information. And so I would be remiss if I didn't share this moment with my amazing partner, CSO Jordan Averett and Officer Dibble, because it was definitely a team effort. And it was a very special, special moment for us, even to get to meet the parents, which the officer allowed, which is usually not part of our duties. And so thank you for recognizing it, and we were happy to be there for that moment.
I'll just end by saying thank you so much for sharing that. I am always just so blown away by the dedication and just how honestly badass our BART employees are, and that you go, really above and beyond, and that this is personal for you. So I can't thank you enough. And I'll pass it back to you, President Foley, if others would like to make remarks.
Thank you, Director Lee. That is a wonderful story, and I truly appreciate our BART family looking out for our riders and our community as a whole. So that's just wonderful. Are there any other directors that have introduction of special guests or comments here? All right, seeing none. Let's move on to our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Director Duffy, seconded by Director Rayburn. Is there any public comment? I do not see any. Madam Secretary, any public comment?
Nah, not at this time.
Thank you. All right, well, with that, let's move to a vote.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yeah, yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's turn to item 3, public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board on matters that are under our jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. If you'd like to address the board, please dial *9 now. Again, that's *9 to raise your hand virtually, and it looks like we might have some public speakers. Madam Secretary.
At the time, right? Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, my pronouns are she and her. It's always good to be back with you, and I'm home now. And I hope I'll get to the Bay Area before the month is out so I can enjoy that half fare, because I already get reduced fare. So getting reduced fare, I mean, you can't beat that. I think it would cost me like 40 cents to ride within Oakland or San Francisco. It's not as cheap as the New York subway was in 1904, but it's getting pretty close. So that's very good work, and maybe I'll get to be there. And how do we get people on BART to participate? I did go to New York, and on September 14th, the legendary and historic New York City subway hit its first 3 million passenger that day since the pandemic started. I was one of those 3 million people. I got to be a part of that. So how can we all be a part of building a better BART? Because I think we can get back to our 400,000, because there are just so many things you can't do with websites and apps. And it doesn't look like that we have a whole lot on our agenda today, but I think it is very important that we continue to talk about railroading. And thank you for the story from our CSO. When I was, I think, 6 or 7 years old, I was lost in Pennsylvania Station in New York City, a very old station, and time seemed eternal, separated from my parents. And I think somebody from the Long Island Railroad was somehow able to reunite me from my parents. I really don't remember. All I remember, it was on the lower level concourse, just one level above the tracks. So I feel I need to speak on that. But yes, building a better BART is important. And I think we have a lot to learn from other systems. I ask that we not just be focused on BART. I was in New York, and the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, they have meetings. I went to the meeting at number 2 Broadway, and I spoke. It's on YouTube. I had a good time. Got to meet lots of nice people, talk about all kinds of interesting things like Grand Central Terminal, climbing up the stairs from the deep subway stations. So how can we build our BART that will be sustainable going forward? A BART that practices equity and welcome, a BART that will continue to work on Clipper and Clipper Start, a BART that will ensure that nobody falls through the cracks. I would like to know someday how we get our demographics, whether they're subjective or objective methods, because I, as a person of who does not fit definitions, can't really be fit into demographics. Just remember this: BART is not just a railroad, but it's the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Madam Secretary, do we have any other public comment?
Not at this time.
Thank you. As we have no administration committee items, which was item 4 on our agenda, let's move to item 5, our Engineering and Operations Committee. Director Simon, the floor is yours. You may be muted. Oops. Madam Secretary, I do not see Director Simon.
She is actually not logged on. Her vice chair can take over the committee.
All right.
Director Ames.
Yes, thank you. Why don't we go ahead with I believe there might be a presentation to reject all bids. There's
30 seconds, Sue.
reject all bids for contract number 41PH-130 Train Control System Modernization Program Enabling Works. The board is requested to take action and reject the bids. So with that, I guess we could turn that over. Staff.
Good morning, directors. I'm Javier Martinez, group manager leading the core capacity program under which the train control modernization project and its enabling works project is a sub-project element. This action seeks board authorization for the general manager to reject all bids received for this train control modernization project enabling works construction contract. The contract scope of this work includes the replacement of power infrastructure at legacy sites which are over 50 years old. This power infrastructure includes power and communication cables between train control rooms and switch machines along the wayside interlockings and associated conduit work throughout legacy train control areas between Daly City, Richmond, Concord, and Fremont. On May 18th, the district held bid openings and received 2 bids. During bid evaluation period, it was determined that only 1 bid was responsive. The responsive bid is 48% higher than the engineer's estimate. After reviewing and analyzing the responsive bid, the staff determined that due to market trends and risk associated with escalation of material and labor, it is better for the district to reject all bids and reevaluate all options. The staff recommends approval of the motion before you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, Director Rayburn has it.
Thank you very much. Not only was my concern raised when I saw 48% over the engineer's estimate, but just the magnitude of the contract disturbed me. We've been working for years now on unbundling contracts, and to see that we would consider such a mega project or turning what could be a number of small projects into one large mega project is very disturbing. So what are the prospects of actually accomplishing this work by unbundling it with a number of small operations?
Director Shane Edwards, acting AGM of operations. Just for a point of clarification, this contract previously was unbundled from CBTC and separated out as a separate contract instead of including this work as part of that contract. That being said, though, the amount of the bid and what we got back from the bidders, we feel justified in going back to the table and reevaluating the possibility of restructuring this contract into many more pieces as well.
Excellent. That's what I want to see happen here at BART. I feel that when we have such large contracts, that by itself limits the number of people, firms that are willing to put together a major proposal. So let's get more people over the moat and get them on board to conduct BART work. Thank you. I'll move approval on this item.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. There's a motion by Rayburn, a second by Lee. I guess we can call for a vote. No other comments? All right, let's call for a vote.
It looks like there might be a public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see the, okay, yes. Oh,
Caller 925-336, you may address the board.
thank you.
I am here to serve BART as I have done for 25 years. Although BART Police and the Office of Independent Affairs have tried to silence me, I have been accused of committing a crime for reporting a crime, doing my job, and trying to keep the system safe. My accuser, a white male BART police officer, he committed a crime by filing a false police report. I have proof I was vindicated. He was set free to reoffend
I'm
anyone
sorry, this
who
is not
should.
related to this item. I apologize for interrupting. Is this related to this doesn't seem to be related to this item that we're discussing.
Okay, so when is public comment for items that are not on the agenda?
Public comment for non-agendized items already occurred, and I'm certainly happy to hear your public comment in a moment, but let us finish this process with this
Thank you.
particular item, and then we'll
Thank you.
return to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, President Foley, and the caller can resume those comments. So it looks like we have Alita Dupree has a comment on our item for rejecting all bids.
And Director Ames, I am back. My power went out in my home.
Okay,
It was a flash. And so after
Great.
this public comment, I'll resume sharing. And I want to thank you so much for stepping in. Thank you.
All right, no,
Actually, there is not another public comment, so we can take the vote.
Well, let's move to the vote. And again, thank you, Director Ames. We have a motion and a second on this item. And before we vote, because I did blink out for a number of minutes, I just want to make sure that we are voting on item 4 and just to be clear what we're voting on.
We're voting on item 5A.
5A. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go.
Director Lee,
Yes.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Yes.
Director Ames,
yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. President Foley, if you and District Secretary, if you can advise me on how we're moving. I had planned to take the first 3 together and move them and vote, but I realized we just voted on this last item. Do we still have, I'm just trying to figure out the business that you all did before I came back in.
Now, while you were gone, we actually only have this single item for E&O, so I believe we are concluded.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Back to you.
I appreciate it. Madam Secretary, if we could return to public comment for a moment, there was that individual.
Sure.
Thank you.
Caller, you may unmute yourself and address the board.
I'm here to serve BART as I have done for 25 years. Although BART Police and the Office of Internal Affairs have tried to silence me, I have been accused of a crime for reporting a crime, doing my job, and trying to keep the system safe. My accuser, a white male BART police officer, he committed a crime by filing a false police report. I have proof I was vindicated. He was set free to reoffend anyone who stood in the way of his inaction, misconduct, and corruption, suffering no consequences. In our new crown jewel stations in Silicon Valley, Milpitas and Berryessa, stations where resources were allocated to allow one officer to only police the inside of the station for all hours of revenue. I complained after being chased, alarms triggered, trash bins toppled. The officers did nothing. By the way, one was a field training officer. I complained, they did even less. BART Police Chief Alvarez monthly reports for August 2020 and October 2020 reflect the said officers that I complained about. At the start of their bid, their average response time increased 329%. After I complained, it increased 655%. It correlates with my allegations, all unfounded. I didn't produce these reports, BART Police did. I wrote daily reports, no one listened to me. Did the Chief Alvarez not read the reports generated by BART Police? showing the statistics of 329% and 655% increases in the average response time for the officers assigned only to the inside. I'm sure the taxpayers of Silicon Valley would like to know where your officers were an entire bid. The board of directors, the general manager, BART Police Citizens of Independent Review received these reports. Did anyone read them? Chief Alvarez and head of independent police officers Bloom highlight the narrative which suits their narrative, often lying by omission to the board. The OIP has made a mockery of their office, which was established after the murder of Oscar Grant. The head investigator Bloom of police auditors is proud to announce, I answer to no one. Malfeasance of office means nothing to Auditor Bloom. He's untouchable. I don't expect any help, as I have been blocked at every level. I am not a world-class gymnast and cannot garner the press of Simone Biles and the other gymnasts who serve their organization, even bringing home the gold. I only make sure and try to bring home the passengers. They were abused just as I have been and many others by BART police. They were further abused by the people who were supposed to protect them. So I'm not surprised that I have suffered the same fate from my chain of command and the lines of support, and all the way up to you, board of directors. You will never silence me. You will never take my dignity, and I will never accept the injustices that have been perpetrated on me. However, your silence is deafening in regards to the injustice and the unaccountability and corruption of BART police. It's deafening. You already have blood on your hands. I guess it's just collateral damage. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Secretary, are there any other public comments?
And this is a referral to case 2026. I'm charging independent auditor Bloom with malfeasance. I want him taken off of the case, and I will not stop. Every county that we service, every city, every mayor, because they told me to go to Sacramento, I will go to without fail. Thank you.
You are welcome. Regarding this public comment, if we could, I would appreciate staff providing some background information and feedback, not today, but if you can provide information to the board, that would be greatly appreciated. Madam Secretary, it looks as though we may have another public comment.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take that, please. Thank you.
Roland, you may address the board.
Good morning, directors. Roland Urban. A quick ask. Could you please enable closed captioning in Zoom? It's a federal ADA requirement that's intended to assist the hearing impaired in participating in public meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. I appreciate those comments, and I will certainly follow up with staff. Much appreciated. All right, as it looks like we are completed with that additional public comment, let's turn it over to item number 6, which is our PAL committee and Chairperson Rayburn.
Thank you very much, President Foley, and good morning, everyone. We only have one item on the agenda this morning. It's an informational item, yet it represents, I feel, a monumental shift in the direction of BART regarding sustainability. It is a discussion of our renewable power purchase agreement. Take it away, staff.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. Carl Holmes, AGM Design and Construction. Yes, this is a great news story, and I will turn it over to Paul Bostrom, who is the Energy Division Manager, which is part of the Sustainability Group, and he will share with you 2 live projects as well as 1 potential future project. And with that, Paul, you have the floor.
Good morning, directors. Paul Bostrom, Energy Division Manager. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide a status update on BART's 2 renewable power purchase agreements executed in 2017. To set that up, we'll begin with a brief look back at the district's 2020 energy performance. We'll move to the update on the 2 PPAs. And finally, we'll finish with some information on a new opportunity made available through BART's membership in the Northern California Power Agency. Slide, please. To begin, I wanted to follow up on sustainability's presentation at our last board meeting and provide a summary of the final accounting of BART's 2020 power supply. BART has finalized its 2020 power content label produced under the California Energy Commission's Power Source Disclosure Program. The label has been independently verified by a third-party auditor as a requirement of the program. And we're pleased to announce that BART has been certified as 100% greenhouse gas free for the first time in its history. The graphic on the right is BART's 2020 power content label. The format is often compared to a nutrition label, and it summarizes BART's 2020 power supply by technology type using a standardized methodology developed by the California Energy Commission. Circled on the top left, the 2020 power content label also includes a summary of BART's emissions intensity relative to California's statewide average. A copy of the label is available on BART's website and will also be posted to the California Energy Commission's website. The graphic on the left is a summary of BART's 2020 power supply by resource, and I'll note the vast majority of those resources are large hydroelectric. As a reminder, large hydro is a policy definition in California and refers to facilities greater than 30 megawatts in generating capacity. I'll note these resources are fully greenhouse gas free, but do not qualify as eligible renewable in the state of California. Slide, please. And one more, please. Moving forward, BART will continue to maintain a power supply that is principally greenhouse gas free, while substantially, I'm sorry, one slide back, please. Thank you. Moving forward, BART will continue to maintain a power supply that is principally greenhouse gas free, while substantially increasing its total share of eligible renewables. To support that objective, BART will rely on its 2 renewable power purchase agreements executed in 2017 to serve approximately 50% of BART's annual need moving forward. Sky River Wind is a 30 megawatt wind project developed by NextEra Energy. The project is located in Kern County, approximately 50 miles southeast of Bakersfield. That project synchronized to the grid on August 24th and achieved commercial operation shortly thereafter on September 1st. Slate Solar is a 50.5 megawatt solar facility developed by Recurrent Energy. That project is located in Kings County, approximately 40 miles south of Fresno. Slate Solar synced to the grid on September 10th and is targeting commercial operation by the end of October. I'll note these 2 contracts are also 2 of BART's lowest priced power purchase agreements, so they'll play an important role in managing the district's annual power costs moving forward. Slide, please. Slide number 5 shows a brief summary of the project development process, primarily over the last 9 months. As a brief overview of the development process, both PPAs were executed in December 2017 with board approval. With a buyer under contract, both projects moved forward with project financing, design and engineering, EPC subcontracting, procurement of equipment, and permitting, including environmental permitting. In January 2021, both projects initiated construction, and over the past 9 months, BART and NCPA, as BART's scheduling coordinator, have been working closely with each project to get them integrated with NCPA's scheduling system. That includes metering of the projects, real-time telemetry, and SCADA control, all of which happened prior to initial synchronization to the grid. In summary, both projects are currently online and delivering electricity to BART today. As I mentioned, Sky River Wind achieved commercial operation on September 1st, and Slate Solar is online and operational while it concludes its performance testing and navigates its final CAISO approvals. Slide, please. The next few slides feature a handful of photos of the construction phase of both projects to provide some insight into the construction process and also to offer a sense of scale. We'll start with Sky River Wind. Beginning in the top left, we'll move clockwise. Photo 1 shows trenching to lay mid-voltage cabling, which moves electricity from each of BART's 10 turbines to a single gen tie line, which then terminates at a 230 kilovolt substation, where it's stepped up in voltage for grid transmission. Photo 2 shows assembly of a temporary concrete batch plant used to prepare concrete on site for the installation of turbine footings. Photo 3 shows a photo of one of those turbine footings. You can see it's made with concrete and reinforced with steel, and it serves as a foundation for the tower of the turbine. Photo 4 shows the delivery of a turbine nacelle to the project site. The nacelle is a critical component of the wind turbine. It sits on top of the tower, and it houses the generator, the drivetrain, gearbox, and brake assembly. Slide, please. In photo 5, you can see the installation of the tower base sections. Those are the very faint white vertical structures situated on the ridge next to the road. Photo 6 shows the installation of a tower midsection on top of the tower base. And finally, in photo 7, it shows a crane hoisting a turbine rotor for installation into the nacelle. And again, the nacelle was the large component that we saw on the previous slide. For a sense of scale, that turbine stands at just under 300 feet tall, and the diameter of the rotor is approximately 425 feet. Slide, please. The next two slides show comparable photos of the Slate Solar project. Again, beginning in the top left and moving clockwise. Photo 1 shows mid-voltage cabling, this time that carries power from the solar photovoltaic modules to a centralized gen-tie line. Photo 2 shows the drive line of a single axis tracker, which allows the solar panels to articulate in order to follow the sun throughout the day. That does two things for BART. That maximizes the solar generation available to the district. But importantly, it also extends the duration of each generating day. And that allows us to serve more of our evening peak with solar power. In photo 3, you can see the dynamic racking system, which supports each solar panel. And in photo 4, you can see the solar panel being installed onto that dynamic racking system. Slide, please. Photo 5 shows the delivery of a utility-scale inverter to the project site. Inverters are a device that converts DC power produced by the photovoltaic modules to AC power, which is compatible with the grid. And finally, in photo 6, it shows the termination of the project's gen-tie line into a 230 kV substation, where again, it's stepped up for transmission across the grid. Slide, please. One more, please. Thank you. Moving on to the third topic covered in this presentation, I wanted to provide some information about a new opportunity that's come to the district by the way of Northern California Power Agency. As a refresher, NCPA is a joint powers authority among 16 public entities, of which BART is one. BART is actively evaluating a small membership share of the South Feather hydroelectric project made available through NCPA. The project itself is owned and operated by the South Feather Water and Power Agency, a public agency located in Noraville, California. The project is comprised of 4 powerhouses, totaling just over 120 megawatts of operating capacity. Note that this project is already commercially operational and is set to come off of a long-term contract with PG&E in December of 2021. Being a hydroelectric project, all of the generation is greenhouse gas free, and a portion of that qualifies as renewable under state law. Going back to slide 1, we had defined what large hydro means in the state of California, and I'll just note Sly Creek and Kelly Ridge, both of those units are under 30 megawatts in operating capacity, so output from each of those units qualifies as renewable. Importantly, from an operational perspective, the project is also equipped with reservoir storage at each of the 4 powerhouses, making the unit both dispatchable and highly flexible. Dispatchability refers to the operating capability to turn the unit on or off. And flexibility refers to the capability to turn unit output up or down. These capabilities are important to the district because it allows us to shape output around the 2 renewable projects that we discussed previously, and also maximize energy deliveries to BART during the hours it's needed most. This is an opportunity that's moving quickly. Giving off-takers will need to be under contract by December, so this agreement would be executed with authorities granted to BART's GM, and BART's board will be kept apprised of progress as we move forward. Slide, please. With respect to structure of the agreement, NCPA would enter into the PPA with the South Feather Water and Power Agency on behalf of its participating membership. To date, 8 of NCPA's 16 members have expressed an interest in a share of the project. Project capacity is allocated among interested members based on annual load and portfolio need. Using these criteria, BART is eligible for a 4-megawatt share of the total project. Participating members would enter into individual offtake agreements with NCPA. That's structured as a 10-year term with a 10-year option. Members receive a full suite of energy products, including energy, capacity, ancillary services, and renewable energy credits. This project offers a number of benefits to BART. Namely, it's cost competitive relative to BART's existing supply portfolio. And the flexibility of this project would allow BART to shape its share of generation in order to meet its peak service periods in the mornings and the evenings. It further enhances BART's diversity, the diversity of BART's supply portfolio with respect to number of projects, technology type, project location, and contract term. And it directly supports BART's clean energy commitments. Again, all of the output would be greenhouse gas free, and a portion of which would qualify as eligible renewable. At the bottom of the slide, there's a timeline of the contracting process. This process will move quickly because, again, this project is fully operational and online today and is set to come off contract with PG&E in December. To that end, NCPA has already started unit integration and onboarding due to a strong level of interest from its members. In August, NCPA's commission approved the form of both the PPA and the member offtake agreements. And over the next 5 weeks, participating members will have an opportunity to review and execute their individual offtake agreements. Once offtake agreements are in place, NCPA will step into the PPA directly with the South Feather Water and Power Agency in preparation for initial deliveries in December of 21. Next slide, please. And one more, please. To conclude, a quick summary of next steps. First, our priority is to get Slate Solar across the finish line in the second quarter of this fiscal year. Second, complete the evaluation of the South Feather project. And finally, prepare for a targeted tranche of energy procurement to fulfill any remaining needs in calendar year 2022. With that, that concludes our presentation today, and let me turn it back to you, directors, for questions or feedback.
Thank you very much, Paul, for your informative report out on the hard work that you've accomplished here. Before turning to the directors, district secretary, I'd like to invite any public comments that may be in the queue.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Robert Rayburn and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I did read this presentation over. It's a very good presentation. It's very transparent. Thank you for the detail in the speakings today. It's nice to know that with both of these projects are actually delivering power to BART. I would ask of you that we shouldn't have to wait till the next power label comes out next year, but that we will have progress over time, ideally monthly, as to this pie as to where our power is coming from. We want to know and see the higher percentages of renewables that are coming to run this system that is BART. So this is definitely the beginning and certainly not the end. And I think we have to move very quickly and subscribe to this South feather project, sign the deal so we can get more clean power. Ideally, hopefully all of it will be renewable, but even if some of it is renewable, at least all of it will be greenhouse gas free. I've been on other systems and they're not so much greenhouse. They have greenhouse gas emissions. I was in a hotel recently and the lights were kind of dim in my room and I discovered that the power was out, but we still had some power in the hotel because they had a generator. I'm grateful for the fact that they had a generator, but when I went outside, I could smell it and I could hear it. And so the thing is that power all over the country is coming from that, powering our subways and our homes. And I think a lot of the power in the subway in New York comes from a natural gas-fired power plant in Queens. But 250 million kilowatt hours is something of great magnitude. I think you could run the New Haven line with that. You could run Grand Central Terminal with that. And so I'm going to be asking for power content labels from other systems, whether it be Grand Central Terminal or the New York City subway or the Washington Metro, et cetera. Because I think right now it is just us in Seattle that have totally greenhouse-free, gas-free power. So let's continue with these updates because this is part of transparency. And more projects so we can get to the 100% level of renewables. But the small hydro is a good thing, and it doesn't look like it's going to be too dependent on the whims of the weather. But a big thing of why this is so important, it's not just about cleaner air and saving money, but it's because BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alita. And I think that this presentation addresses your earlier comment regarding BART needs to move towards sustainability. District Secretary, any other public comments?
There are no additional commenters at this time.
Well, would like to invite any of the directors to make comments or ask questions. I see Liz Ames has her hand raised.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Yeah, I just did a little bit of research on hydropower, and apparently it's not totally greenhouse gas free because there's open systems where water drains into a reservoir, or if it's raining, the open system takes that water resource and generates power. But there's a closed system where you have a lower reservoir collecting the water upstream that's going through, water is being generated. Electricity is being generated as it goes downstream. It's collected in a reservoir down below, and then it gets pumped back into the dam, the reservoir, the initial reservoir. So essentially, we're pumping water back into the system using these large generators, turbines. And I don't think that's greenhouse gas free. So could staff comment on that, the way greenhouse gas emissions are measured with hydropower? Because I just don't, I'm hearing sources that it's not completely free.
Hi, Director Ames. Paul Bostrom, Energy Division Manager. I appreciate the comment. I think what we may be referring to is pumped hydro storage. And while we do have pumped hydro storage in the state of California, and frankly, that pumped hydro storage is pretty important to system reliability, I'll note that none of the plants that BART gets its power from are pumped hydro plants. And so there is no pumping from a lower reservoir up to an upper reservoir for generation at a later time associated with these plants. That's a specific characteristic of pumped hydro in California and other places.
Okay, I appreciate that because I believe 90% of hydropower is pumped. So I just would like that investigated. It sounds like you did the work, so maybe it's fine. The other comment I have is that the wind power, or in the solar power generation, the sites that are selected, I guess we did the board ever see the environmental impact report of those projects I guess these projects were initiated in 2018? Did we ever get those environmental reports? And were those projects reported to, the impacts reported to the board?
Director Paul Bostrom, Energy Division Manager. It's a good question. I think what we need to understand is that BART is an off-taker of the energy of these plants through a 20-year power purchase agreement. But I'll note that BART is not the owner or the operator or the developer of the projects themselves. Both projects have cleared CEQA reviews in the state of California, and we could make a request to the developer for those CEQA reports if that would be acceptable to you.
Okay, yeah. I just think when we decide to pick a site and build solar or wind farms, there's concerns from the Center of Biodiversity to Sierra Club about, with wind power, obviously it would be the golden eagles and the condors, but, we're basically building sites that are, could be conservation areas. They could be considered conservation areas. And what I'm hearing from the Center of Biodiversity is, let's put, for example, solar panels over bodies of water that already exist, like, canals, irrigation canals, or build solar on areas that have already been disturbed by humans, and not virgin land. And so that's just, I know this is a great project. We're generating electricity, but let's just be conscious of the sites that we're deciding to invest in. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director McPartland?
Thank you. Am I muted? I am not.
I hear you loud and clear.
I have to end up saying that I am delighted beyond expression with what we're doing here in greenhouse gas-free renewable energy. It is, in comparison to when I was previously on the board and when Director Rayburn was on the board, when staff was minimally trying to get a contract for burning natural gas and identifying it as greenhouse gas neutral. And we weren't buying it, but they still went ahead and did it just so that they could economically produce it, and had no, the senior staff at that time had no regard for the environment, or I should say less regard for the environment. And I am just so delightful with the relationship that we have between the board and senior staff, and the way we embrace our responsibility globally when it comes to our environment. Thank you very much. And like I said, I don't have words to express my appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McPartland, for those thoughts. And it was in 2012 that we accepted delivery of power from a gas-fired plant referred to as the Lodi Energy Center that had just been dedicated. And it was being celebrated as progress, yet it represented increased greenhouse gas emissions for the district.
Exactly.
Director Salzman.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for all your work on this. Several years ago, we passed a policy with goals to reach, zero carbon energy in 2035, and then 100% renewable energy in 2045. And it's just great that we've already, hit zero carbon. It's going to go up and down a little bit in the next couple of years, but that we're well on our way to getting there, and we're getting further towards renewable. So I know it was ambitious at the time, and there was some haggling over what dates we could hit it, but it's very clear we're probably going to hit those dates ahead of time, and it's because of the work you put in. So just wanted to thank you and say I'm excited about this program.
Thank you. Any other directors' comments? Yes, Director Dufty.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I had the opportunity, as I'm sure many directors to be briefed by Paul Bostrom, and I was just so enthusiastic and appreciative of all the hard work and the vision and collaboration. And, there are a lot of moving parts in this. And I came away from that briefing feeling like we were very fortunate to have Paul leading this effort for us. And so I think this is a great story that BART is able to tell. And I just want to express my appreciation to Paul for being part of our team. Thanks so much.
Thank you for those kind words. I concur wholeheartedly that Bostrom is a true asset to the district. Yes. Any other comments? Paul, could you answer, is BART the leader in the US for greenhouse gas-free emissions amongst large transit agencies?
Director Aburn, I'm not sure I could answer that off the top of my head. Naturally, we've been very focused on getting these projects online, and that's kind of it taken our 100% of our attention. But I'd be happy to look into that and do a little benchmarking.
Yeah, I would like to know where we stand, but there's no doubt in my mind that we are leaders and taking a solid stance that really propels the state of California as well as the nation in the right direction to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and combating climate change. This project is so exciting for me. Could you put the slide from page 6 back up on the screen? Are we working on it? It's a slide with 4 images from the Sky River, what a name, site. Thank you very much. In the upper left-hand corner, image number 1, you can see how rugged the terrain is in the area of the Tehachapi Mountains. The Tehachapi Pass has been a major site for wind power for now 30 plus years. But what really just blew me away was to, so to speak, was to see that nacelle on a trailer. I can count 11 axles on the trailer, and I think a few others might be off the image of the screen. It's being towed by 2 huge trucks to get it up the mountain. And this is done multiple times. And that the logistics of moving a piece of equipment like this from a port where it was arrived to a mountaintop where it's assembled on top of a 100-foot tall or a 300-foot tall tower, or yes, 300 feet. It's just phenomenal. Those logistics, probably, we haven't seen engineering feats like that really since the pyramids. What's doubly exciting is that the Pacific Crest Trail runs within view of these sites. And my wife and I have been poring over maps, planning a hike to go out and visit this site and maybe see some new construction, continued new construction. That would be doubly exciting. I love watching cranes, but this is truly a monumental feat in many different ways. So I'm very excited about the direction we're going. The South Feather Hydro is also a very exciting project. It's not simple. The South Feather is a series of diversion tunnels. I think there are no less than 4 or 5 diversion tunnels in these 2 small hydro projects that accumulate water and feed them into penstocks that then power turbines. And so I'm excited to follow progress on further diversification. I understand that we need to move fast, and it's within the general manager's purview to give this project approval. I'd like to make sure that we carefully examine it in the meantime and that we get a report back on the progress that the general manager is able to make on delivering this South Feather Hydro. So that'll conclude my remarks. What a day. I look back to 2012 when that Lodi Center came online, and our primordial sustainability committee at the time bemoaned the fact that we were going in the wrong direction. And today we've solidly put that behind us. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll turn it back over to the president.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. Much appreciated. Let's move to item 7, our general manager's report. GM Powers.
Thanks, President Foley, Vice President Saltzman. A couple of updates from me to you. Let's talk ridership first.
Yeah.
So last week was good news across the board. We saw the highest total weekly ridership, and last weekend we had 3 record days in a row. On Friday, we were at 112,000. Saturday, we were at 80,000, and Sunday, we're at 55,000. These were the 3 highest days for a weekday and then weekend during the pandemic. So that's very reassuring that we're back on the positive slope back up. There's a lot of work to do, but we are on the positive slope heading back up. There was a lot of athletic events and some concerts in that. And of course, Pam's and Alicia's 50% off fares effort, is certainly helping get the word out there. So encouraging, and that's helpful. A couple things going on this week. Next Saturday, a week from today, I will be with Vice President Saltzman, and we will be out at the Rockridge Station with the City of Oakland and the Oakland Fire Department, and we are all going to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the catastrophic Oakland firestorm, which killed approximately 25 people and injured hundreds of others and destroyed so many homes and had such an impact on our community here. So the Vice President and I will be out there representing BART with the city and the first responders there, just to let everybody know that we'll be out there. Last night I was at an MTC event celebrating a milestone with the BRTF and our strategic action plan that was unanimously adopted by the MTC Commission. And it was a very lovely event. And it was chaired by Commissioner Sparing, and Assemblymember Chu was there and said some very kind words and kind of charted the course on where the region needs to go as far as integration of all the transit agencies and regaining our ridership. So it was a lovely event. Next Thursday, we will be in the city. Myself, Alaric, the new head of administration, and Mr. Lee, who heads up external affairs, will be with the San Francisco Labor Council. And that's going to be fronted by Assembly Member Ash Kaura. Many of you know Ash, or Assembly Member Kaura. And then the SIU President, Olga Miranda, will be there receiving a leadership award. So just put that on your agenda. That's the San Francisco Labor Council Awards. Clean Air Day. I know President Foley, you're plugged in on this, as many of, if not all of us in this, not only in this room here, my conference room, but everybody, all the directors on the phone video here. It's October 6th. And BART is supporting this effort. We're a registered participant in actively promoting both our employees and our riders to take the pledge. All platform digital monitor systems system-wide have a message in rotation now through Alicia and likely Fred and Roy. So we'll be displaying it on the monitors and an email with a BART link that was sent out. So I would encourage you to take the pledge, all of you elected officials, to take the pledge and be part of our organization. And we're very happy to be part of this. One last thing, I hope you're tracking on it. If not, it's my fault. But Alicia Trost, who is here, has been selected to participate in the class of 2022 APTA Leadership. And it is a big deal. It is not insignificant by any stretch. BART has been fortunate in the past to get people, slotted into this, but it's kind of the premier APTA event on folks, training and exposure, and these are the next executives, the next GMs, through the APTA and transit industry. So, congratulations to Alicia and congratulations to the Bay Area. She's one of our own, and she is going to be, an asset to the Bay Area for years and years to come. So congratulations to Alicia Trost. And with that, President Foley and Vice President Saltzman, happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, General Manager Powers. It looks like we have one public comment. Madam Secretary.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record. I always enjoy the bi-weekly tradition of the brief and succinct reports of our GM, Bob Powers, whom I spoke and wrote letters in the hiring process. So you listen, and thank you. So thank you for the reminder about our half-off promotion, and I'm looking forward to this APTA leadership program that Alicia's going to. Building a railroad that is great and legendary is a multi-generational effort. And how can we at BART develop the best and the brightest? And to remember the importance of tradition and history and being relevant to the future, because BART must never be a relic, but it is something that should be timely and timeless. Certainly this pledge and the digital signs, I'm interested. And it is important that we commemorate the tragic Oakland firestorm. I was not living in Oakland at the time. I don't know that I've ever even been to Oakland, but I remember it in the news, and fires are with us this year. And how do we keep our community safe? And we are a part of that. So thank you for going to this event. It was in 2019 that I cut off a stay in Oakland short because of the possibility of public safety power shutoffs that could affect BART and affect Amtrak. And how can you run a railroad without signals? And I left early. And that was painful for me. So that's important. That's part of keeping our community safe and healthy. So I appreciate the brief report, and I look forward to our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Let's turn it over to Director Ames.
President Foley, yeah, Bob, I know we want to recover our ridership, and, the 50% off is amazing. So I'm wondering if if the staff are thinking about extending the 50% off. I've heard, I've talked to the development community. They said, let's extend this to the end of the year. I mean, so I think there's a lot of concern getting workers back to the office. It's a kind of a renaissance. People are working from home. There's a hybrid model. People are staying home anyway. They're taking pay cuts. It's all over the map. So I'm wondering if, Bob, you would be considering other incentives like continuing the 50% off. I don't, this is the board decision, of course, but I know the board has been supportive of discounts. We've talked about this pre-pandemic, and just hope that we can maybe have a discussion later on about that topic and ideas, incentives, and maybe continuing it for the rest of the year. That's all. Thanks. I don't know, Bob, you have any comments on that?
Not at this time, Director Ames.
Okay, well, that's a shout out. So we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. I don't see any other directors' hands raised, so let's move on to item 8, which is our board matters. Now take up the opportunity for board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriam. So do any board members have items to introduce here? Vice President Saltzman.
Yeah, a couple things to report on. Thanks to all of the staff and Director Simon and Director Rayburn for coming out to the celebration at El Cerrito del Norte station. It was so much fun. I was saying right before the meeting started, it made me feel like we need to have a lot more of these celebration events at BART. And conveniently, we have an important anniversary coming up next year, so maybe we can do that. Actually made for a great space for a community event and got the city excited about doing more events there. So it was great. And thanks to everybody who came, everybody who worked on the project. I also, as I had mentioned at the last board meeting, I'm going out and checking out transit lines I haven't ridden, and last week checked out a transit system I hadn't been on before, which is the wheels system out in the Dublin, Pleasanton, Livermore area. Took a bus from Dublin, Pleasanton out to Livermore and a different one back to the station. And it was interesting to see the system out there. It was a little disappointing to see, just like most bus agencies, they're having difficulty hiring bus drivers. So they actually this week reduced service, not because of funding, but because they don't have enough bus drivers. So it's really a crisis around the region. I'm not sure what BART can do, but I think whatever we can do to lend support to our fellow bus agencies, we should, because it's a problem. Our riders depend on buses to connect to us, and at some point our parking lots will be full again. So I think this is something we all need to wrap our heads around as a region and figure out. And finally, bear with me, I do want to read something in full. A constituent posted something to Facebook yesterday. Director Simon was tagged in as well, but it's a nice story, and I just wanted to share it particularly so the BART Police Department can hear it. And this person said, I was very frustrated when I looked up from my phone on BART and saw several people completely maskless, despite the policy that everyone must wear a mask on public transportation. Not even a mask lowered around their necks. So I reported it via the BART Watch app. Literally seconds after my report, an announcement came over the intercom saying that everyone must wear a mask, and they responded on the app saying they would have an officer come to the train at one of the upcoming stations to conduct a sweep. I've never seen them this responsive. Wow, thank you, BART, for taking our health and safety seriously. And later in the comments thread, he said that right when that announcement was made, everybody put on their masks immediately. So I actually didn't realize that if you reported in the BART Watch, immediately an announcement was made. And I heard this from another writer too, that they made a report in BART Watch and there was an announcement immediately. So I think we should get the word out more about that it's really easy to get that announcement made for folks who don't feel comfortable approaching another rider, but just wanted to thank the police department for being so responsive and share that with everybody.
Thank you. Those are great words of wisdom. Let's see, I have Director Rayburn, then Lee, then Simon, then Dufty.
Thank you, President Foley. Shortly after our last board meeting that evening, I attended at BART expense the East Bay Asian Local Development Commission Gala. Of course, it was Hollywood Squares style. The following morning, I was very pleased to participate in a Transit Month rally that attracted a number of others, including Vice President Salzman and other elected officials from El Cerrito that we welcomed at Latham Square in downtown Oakland. It was a good event. Immediately after that, I was very pleased to join with the Chinatown Community Benefit District's initial meeting as we began planning for how to combat the crime using ambassadors and working to make safe sidewalks throughout the Oakland Chinatown area. That evening, it was such a pleasure to participate with Director Salzman and Director Simon in the celebration. And it was a celebration. It wasn't a staid ribbon cutting with a bunch of people seated in chairs. There was music, there were food trucks. It was an exciting event. And I believe that it creates a model that we should follow in all future dedications. I also attended the Capitol Quarter meeting. And finally, I want to share, the general manager commented about our digital monitors on the platform. And several weeks ago, I looked up at Lake Merritt, where we have the newest version of the monitors. They're full color panels. And on that, it advertised that Circus Bella would be performing on September 16th. Well, Circus Bella is a love of my heart. It brings free entertainment to local parks and has been doing so for over a decade. And we attracted over 1,000 people to Lincoln Square Park in the Oakland Chinatown. I believe that September 16th also represented at the time an all-time record day for BART ridership. And so these kinds of co-promotions do pay dividends. And if you haven't seen those new digital platform signs, which I hope to see more of in additional stations, come by Lake Merritt, check them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, President Foley. I have a couple events to report back. First, I know that General Manager Powers mentioned this at the last board meeting, but we had a great time at Equality California's SF Awards on the 10th, right after the last board meeting. We were able to give a great shout out promotion, Bevan and I, Director Duffy and I, for the 50% off September fairs. I think everyone was just so impressed with the BART work that BART was doing. So it was a really good time, and we were able to honor Bay Area Reporter as one of the awardees, along with new Attorney General Rob Bonta. So lots of transit fans all around. I want to give a special shout out to Molly Burke and the Government and Community Relations team for really showing up at the 2 Autumn Moon festivals that were in San Francisco. There was a big one in Chinatown. Unfortunately, I was not able to stop by that one, but I was able to stop by just this past weekend at the Richmond Autumn Moon Festival that is hosted by Assemblymember Phil Ting and District 1 Supervisor Connie Chan. It was sort of a last minute addition. And I know I was mostly spending the time walking around, but Molly told me that she talked to just hundreds and hundreds of people there, and it was so amazing to see so many Chinese seniors in particular out there getting information. I know we were right next to the Muni booth. I would like to think that we were a little bit more popular, and there were just a lot of folks around. So I really appreciate our government and community relations team being out there in the community on weekends. That's just incredible work for BART to have that presence. Lastly, I would like to submit an in memoriam for Gail Packwood Seagraves. She passed away on September 11th due to a fight with esophageal cancer. I met Gail, gosh, probably 2015, 2016. She was a very well-known volunteer who supported a lot of different electoral campaigns. And she was just the most, you know, we all meet a lot of these kinds of volunteers. A lot of them, you know, can get a little bit angry over the years and, you know, get really involved in politics. Gail was just always someone who was so kind, so wholesome, always did this with a smile on her face. She was someone who was formerly homeless and really moved through the housing continuum, and ended up, you know, in an SRO hotel and was a lead tenant organizer with Tenderloin Housing Clinic for many years. And most recently, she helped inspire the, I think it's called the Moving On Initiative, which was really, which was funded by Mark Benioff and supported by Mayor London Breed to help further the housing continuum from not only navigation centers and shelters to SROs and permanent supportive housing, but for people to really have their own homes. And she was one of the very first folks to be able to move in as part of that initiative. She also was a big lover of transit. She was a regular participant in Tenderloin's Traffic Safety Task Force. And I often saw her at a lot of the actions to support the return of Muni service. And that's how I originally met her. So yeah, just wanted to remember her today. She lived a very full and wonderful life and will be very missed.
Thank you, Director Lee. I appreciate those kind words. Let's turn it now to Director Simon, then Director Dufty, then Director McPartland.
Sure. The last couple of weeks have been very BART busy, but two things I just want to lift up. Yesterday, I was able to take another trip to our headquarters. I'm not there a lot like I would want to be, but I got to say, you know, to Carl and the team, the engineering team, and the whole staff, it is a beautiful building. And seeing the updates to the boardroom, I don't know when we're going to be back, but we're getting close. I almost wanted to tag my seat. So it feels like it's happening. There are chairs in there. The construction teams are working really hard. And it just is every time that I get to go to the building, you see a monumental sort of shift in terms of the progress. So congratulations on all that we're doing there. And then secondly, I was in a conversation supported by our amazing community affairs staff with Carol Fife, who is the councilwoman for West Oakland. And she also shares stations with Director Rayburn as well at 12th and 19th Street. But we did about an hour conversation with the councilwoman and her staff. And I was anticipating having a really intense and hard conversation about all the issues that we're struggling with on BART. But in fact, our staff prepared beautifully a wonderful deck, anticipating the questions. And really, we got off the phone in great partnership. In fact, the council member is interested in our police chief and myself, and hopefully others presenting to the Public Safety Committee with the Oakland City Council. She asked for a number of details and information about our TOD projects. She's really excited about the level of affordability, the potential level of affordability at West Oakland, excited about Ashby, even though that's not in her district. And it just reminded me in that conversation how much time our staff take to prepare and analyze information and concretize it for our other elected members in the Bay Area. It takes a lot of time. I came in on the end in the conversation, but I'm very thankful that so much time is taken by our staff to collaborate with other elected members in our very large system. So thank you so much, appreciate it. And we're gonna keep working with her office. It was a big step in the right direction. West Oakland is such a central station, and we have a strong partner now, so thank you.
Thank you, Director Simon. Let's turn to Director Dufty.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I am going to dovetail on some things that my friend and colleague, Director Simon, shared, and say that I'm going to take a couple of minutes to commend Rod Lee and his team. And I just want to say that I really feel as though, you know, as Rod has been able to hire some of the key players and, you know, elevate Dave Martindale and also Tamika Greenwood joining us. And I think what we've heard just in today's board member reports about how public affairs is really doing an outstanding job. So Rod, thank you. And what I'd like to do is to share what you see before you is an image of transit advertising. Over 60 of these have gone up in San Francisco stations, and they really reflect the ingenuity that took place between Rod early in the summer before we had our expanded schedule, where we were hearing from our business stakeholders like the Golden Gate Restaurant Association and the Hotel Council and the Chamber of Commerce and San Francisco Travel, how important it was to add service. And one of the things that came out of Rod's discussions with Lori Thomas of the Golden Gate Restaurant Association was trying to do public service campaigns that would help to emphasize messages that will promote more ridership for BART, as well as more patronage of our hotels and our restaurants and our small businesses and travel destinations. So I want to not only acknowledge Rod as our Assistant General Manager, but I want to thank Lori Thomas of the Restaurant Association, because they made a creative connection, and to specifically acknowledge from the BART team in marketing, Dave Martindale, Catherine Westfall, Roderick McFarland, Ada King, and Joe Lash, who are all instrumental in making this happen. And these went up with only a cost of $2,400, which was shared by the 4 participating organizations. And then I'd just like to take a moment to thank our transit advertising partner, Out Front, and specifically Ryan Brooks, who leads Out Front here in San Francisco, and then also Heather Thompson, who's the Director of Transit Production Services. So hopefully you'll see these. I think that they activate and communicate a really important message. And again, I just want to say how pleased I am at the direction that Government and Public Affairs has been taking, and look forward to continuing to partner on key initiatives for BART. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Let's turn to Director McPartland.
Turn off the microphone or turn it back on. General Manager, can you end up giving me the date again for the Rockridge Firestorm meeting or anniversary that you're going to have, the event?
Yes, it is next Saturday, and we're already talking. Rod Lee will follow up with you with all the specifics as well, Director McPartland, but it's next Saturday.
That's October 2nd, so it's clear, not this coming up Saturday.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, Director Selfman.
Okay,
Yes,
just wanted to make sure he didn't show up this Saturday.
No, my bad. She's right. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I will also be in attendance, not as a BART director, but as a former firefighter. And I was a battalion chief at Battalion 4. The only firefighter that was killed in that fire was my cohort on another shift, Chief Jim Riley. And I'd like to have this closed in memoriam of him as well today. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Are there any other director comments? I don't see any. I would just like to mention briefly again that, California Clean Air Day is Wednesday, October 6th. You can learn more at cleanairday.org. And I please urge you to do your part in improving our environment. And I guess the last item I would just like to bring up is, the last week or week and a half has been challenging for BART. We had 2 individuals that lost their lives in our system. And it's important for us to recognize that while these things happen, we need to look at whether or not there's something we could do differently to prevent this. So I look forward to hearing from staff after things have been reviewed, investigated, and really looked at, to find out whether or not there's anything we can do as an agency to better ensure the safety of our riders and our employees. So I look forward to that discussion. So with that, I will say that we'll move to item 9, closed session. And the board will enter closed session as listed on today's meeting agenda, and we will reconvene an open session at the conclusion. Is there any public comment before we go into closed session? I don't see any hands, Madam Secretary.
No public commenters.
All right, thank you for that. So let's do this. We are at approximately 10:30. Let's say start closed session at around 10:40 and look forward to hopefully being back in approximately, I'm going to say 2 hours. So let's hope that we're able to return to that. Well, could be sooner, could be later, but I'll be optimistic and go with that. So with that, we'll enter closed session at 10:40. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, my video is off. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Are we back on the record?
We are.
All right. Well, I thank everyone for your patience. The board has concluded its closed session and there is no announcements to be made. This meeting of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District is now adjourned. Stay safe and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.